Hello. How you guys doing? Just getting started. Good morning. Oof. Hello, Java Bandit. Swedish face for 2 months. Everybody's playing today. Everybody's playing today. Magnus, Aryan, Eric. No, Sravan, I do not believe so. No, I believe the boys are playing the number 2 team overall. So not the favorites today. I mean, Magnus is the favorite in his game. That's, that's always going to be the case. That's just one game. So the boys are actually playing. This is them right there. They're seeded 7th at the start of the tournament. They're playing a team seeded number 2. So only this team with Anand has a better average rating than these guys. So if you look at every board, the other team is higher rated on every single board except board 1. But yeah, Eric's playing, Aryan's playing, Magnus is playing. Magnus and Eric get the white pieces. Aryan with black against Vidit. And I mean, look at this team, right? Hari Krishna, Vidit, Wojtaszek, Navarra, Gondelius, Marcus Rager. Tough team. — 26-32 on the last board of your team. Like, that's your bad player. That's the guy who is dragging your team down. Hey, come on. Come on, 26-30. Quit slacking. So, that's what's going on right now. Here are the standings. So Offer Spill is actually doing well on board points. Doing pretty well here. This team is crushing on board points, but that's not everything. It's all about the match points mainly. But in case of a tiebreak, just good to know. But yeah, there's a bunch of teams here that have perfect scores. Some teams have won 2 matches, drawn 1 match. But obviously, it's been a good start for Eric's club. Magnus's club. Offer Spill. Sweep again today. We shall see. We shall see. This is a offline event indeed. Mira. It's an offline event. It's happening in person. It's taking place in Austria, in Europe. Raymond Finkel, thanks for the 2 months. Swedish Face, thanks again as well. Couple months from the pair of you. Good morning to FK Gon, Buck81, Sravan, Goblin, Lancelor. Hey, good morning, everybody. I got my coffee here. Let it cool down a little bit here. Magnus. I'm interested to see this because I think Bishop D2 is the main theory. But I've always thought that Black's doing well, like doing just fine in this line. I play this line myself as Black. And Knight C3 is like it's the trickier stuff because Knight C3, I think you sack a pawn most of the time. Like this. And, you know, black's generally thought to be okay here with that extra pawn. But there's compensation with the bishop, as you can imagine. But anyway, bishop d2 is a more standard move, more solid, and that's the one he's going to go for. But yeah, the reason I like this line is that black is always comfortable with this. I think as you become a stronger player, you start to understand that in positions where the queens get traded on d8 with a pawn on c4 and c6, black is almost always doing well. Like, I think we all can appreciate that in a position like this, that white is doing better than black. For sure. Taking on d8, no castling privileges. But let's say in this position, white played this move, and black played this move. Now, all of a sudden, I would damn near say that white is losing. Losing is as in, like, of course the eval is not that they're losing, but they're going to get outplayed here 9 times out of 10. Black is cruising here. And this pawn doesn't even have to be on e4, as we can see from the game in question. What I mean is that if you take here, I mean, it's fine, it's playable for white, but you're not getting that much of an advantage. The king hides here, and based on the pawn structure, I mean, this guy's in the way, this bishop here has no prospects. So I think the stronger you become as a chess player, the more you start to understand that a move like this for white is not tempting at all. Like, it's not that it's not tempting. Ooh, it could be interesting. It's like, no, it's actually bad. It's bad to do this for white. So I think that's something you kind of grow into. Knight c3. So the two most common setups here, first of all, e3, knight e2, bishop g2. I think that's the most common one. And the other one would be to play e4 and maybe knight e2. But I think e3, knight e2, bishop there, h3, castle, this kind of stuff. Hello, Mannered Monkey. Your timing's impeccable, sir. Indeed, I was just saying I was excited to see this game. Don't really care which side Magnus is playing, but I play this opening for black. Our friend, Mr. Mannered Monkey, Eric Kurtz, is a strong practitioner here with the white pieces. So this will be fun to watch. So far, Hari Krishna is playing it exactly how I would. And so far, Magnus is playing it exactly as Kurtz would. And that's right. Kurtz Hambleton, Saskatchewan 2018. A model game in this line. Okay, Kurtz, I have a question for you. Do you think that Magnus knows about that game? And that can be by any medium. The score sheet somehow, the vlog, maybe just speaking to Eric. Do you think that Magnus Carlsen is aware of Kurtz Hambleton from Saskatchewan 2018 in any way, shape, or form? Aggressive QGD, thanks for the 9 months. Gigahertz for 22 months. Magnus is generally pretty well versed. He tends to know about just every chess game that's worth knowing. Must have seen the vlog. Honestly, I think he probably has. Our vlogs are good. You guys just don't watch them. Feels bad, man. Andy, I don't believe so, no. Not planning on it. So yeah, we might see some setup like this. I'm very excited to see how this game goes, but Magnus with the white pieces is the only guy on his club team on Offerspill. He's the only guy who is higher rated than his opponent. Everyone else is the underdog, let's say. Okay, Aryan with the black pieces. They're playing a very, very solid opening here. Yeah, Shivam, I was just going to say, like, you're always happy when you see this as black, I think. Gotta be happy. I will also say, if you're Eric here, you can't be happy seeing this. This has got to be the lamest thing to see. Because from what I know, black is... First of all, this is like very, very explored theory. But I believe black is just doing fine. We saw this line at the World Championship. There's a few ways to do it, but point being, I don't think that that this is anything that white is happy to see these days. Black kind of forces the issue, is ready to sack this pawn. Knight takes e5. I know there's knight e5. There's also knight d4. But I know it looks like there's just a free pawn. It's very easy. But I think, for the most part, with the engines and the prep, it's... I mean, look at the time, right? Wojtaszek is an hour and 33, almost 34 minutes. The point is, Wojtaszek knows the stuff like the back of his hand. So it'll be very annoying, I suspect, for Eric to play a game where I believe it's heavily theoretical, and his opponent is certainly a specialist here. So Eric is doing well in the tournament. He's 2 for 2. He's only played 2 games. They've been good grinds, but yeah, this on the other hand, 2700. And Wojtaszek has done some work preparing other players. Like he did some work for Vishy Anand as a second. And anytime you work as a second, let's say for someone like Vishy or anyone really in the chess world, you just become a naturally theoretical player because the majority of your work involves just openings, like just grinding openings. So Wojtaszek is, he's a very beatable player in the sense that he's not like an Ali Reza or something. But he's extremely solid. He's not going to give you much, and he's definitely very well versed with the theoretical discussions. Generally very up to date. Blah blah blah. So I think this is an interesting pairing, but based on the opening, I would suspect that Wojtaszek definitely knows what's going on here in most lines, and Eric probably has a few lines, a few ideas, and some understanding, but definitely not as vast as Wojtaszek, and certainly not as deep. So I wonder what Eric's going to do. Do you just keep trying to remember the absolute best move and keep going down the best line? Is he going to remember a game that he saw, maybe at the World Championship? I think we saw Magnus and Nepo play these positions. So, serious choice for Eric, because I think the worst is to, sit here, deal with someone who knows all the theory. They're playing instantly. You're down like an hour on the clock, and the position isn't even clear. Or maybe you're not even better. So, that's the situation you want to avoid. Anyhow, it's not like there's anything wrong with Eric's position. It's just, I think he's in a theoretical discussion right now, and I think his opponent knows more than he does. So I'm curious how he's going to combat that. how do you not take the pawn? I think you can play other moves here, like, I don't know, c3, knight d2. You can just play other moves. Maybe even bishop d2 or something. Stop knight a5, prepare knight c3. But yeah, knight takes e5, and I'm pretty sure you can play just knight takes, but I think this is also a move as well. Looking to just take this bishop, and yeah, black's just down a pawn, but it's one of these games where you end up taking here, playing c5. Magnus has played this a bunch. In fact, do they show you? If you click openings, does this show you? Yeah. Yeah, knight d5 and knight takes e5 and knight d4 are about 50-50. But I think knight d4 is like somehow, I thought it was more recent, but anyway. Yeah, there's been a lot of games here. As you can see, black wins 39%, white wins 20%. Okay, maybe these are chess.com games, I don't really know, but point being, black definitely has enough, more than enough compensation. So Eric has gone for a move that does not involve taking the pawn, which is what I expected. I think if your opponent knows the theory and you know he knows the theory, I don't think you're walking into knight takes e5. Only bad things could happen to you. So I think Eric made the right choice. Keep it, I guess, less murky. Less murky. But I still think that Wojtaszek is deep in theory. I also think that Eric might have seen a few games and could be using some ideas that he's seen from those. All right, we already don't have a lot of games here. Let's say this happens. Yeah, bishop b4. I feel like I've seen almost this whole game before. What games are these, I wonder? Interesting. Yeah, it definitely, the lines definitely look familiar here. So we'll see. We'll leave Eric's game for now. I think it's very, very theoretical. So I'm just kind of wondering when that is going to end, when the theory is going to end. But I suspect that Wojtaszek is going to use the opening to get an advantage on the clock and try to neutralize the position as best he knows. So in general, the games where, you know, a certain club is white, they're going to be trying to be pushing more, and Wojtaszek is probably happy with a draw for his team result. Same way Aryan would be happy with a draw as black for his team's result. How is India the EU? Well, think of it this way, right? You know, you might have a team full of different players in a major sports league, right? Now, the sports league might be based in the US, like the NHL, the NBA, NFL, but the players that compete can be from anywhere. So it's the same in this tournament. The clubs have to be from Europe. It's a European Club Cup. So the club that Eric's playing for is called Offerspill. It's from Norway. It's Magnus's club, chess club. Obviously, there are no chess clubs in this tournament from Canada because they're not in the EU. But players from Canada or players from India can certainly play for clubs that are from the EU. Okay. Let's check a few of the other games. Not going to go into deep detail. This looks like some theory. This really screams theory. Solid position for white here. So takes. Maybe something like this. White's probably a bit better. I just realized this pawn is actually hanging, so that makes more sense. Knight here looks like a good move, but okay, maybe do this first. You could also just take it, which looks better. Yeah. That doesn't look like a position black wants to get into. These team matches are always so sweaty. Okay, Eric is... Well, I think deep in theory. Thanks to Tachi for 16 months. Zavatron, it'll probably be next weekend for the sub battle. Hey, Sean. Just getting started here. Eric's in a, I don't know, he's just in a theoretical mess here. 17 moves, and I don't think there's a single move out of theory. Queen f6 seems to be the move. Is black winning all these games? This looks like just some kind of draw. You know, like what's going on here? Just looking at a few games. Wow. This looks like some crazy theory. What the hell? What the hell? This looks like an old game, but I'm sure that the engine will find a way to make this good for black. This looks sketchy. Also, no way Eric wants to play this position, right? Jesus. Wait, did I just lose the tab? With this? Yeah, okay. I was like, where did oh, all the games are gone. Okay. Yeah, these games all look pretty solid. I assume white's a bit better here. This looks like theory. Queen f6. I don't know what's going on here. Some theory, boys. And meanwhile, Magnus. He went for e4. Kurt's thoughts on e4, buddy? He didn't go for a more solid approach. I've looked at e4 before. I actually can't even think about the position without flipping it. But I recall that I've looked at something like this. Yeah, okay. Hare Krishna. He's definitely doing the right thing. I definitely remember looking at this. I think b5 is quite correct. If I recall, actually, it's quite possible for Magnus to like get into some weird position here, but for sure I have b5 in my notes somewhere. Because okay, the e4 pawn is loose, and there's also like, you know, the fact that we're trying to play b4 here. So, you know, you might see something like this trade, but I think black is pretty much doing okay here. So I don't know. I'd be very interested to see how Magnus handles this, because I feel like I've looked at this move before and I thought it was okay for black. Takes. Yeah, I mean, this stuff is going to be very nuanced. Like, I think black is basically equalizing. But the point is, like, if white's not prepared, you can see how the lines can even trend really well for black. If you're not careful. So, I don't know what Magnus is going to do, but I think b5 is the best move. Morning, double reverse. Thanks, Thunderhorse 350 for the 22 months. What's the theme today, guys? Well-prepared opponents, eh? Everybody seems to know what they're doing. Also, black took this. So after knight takes, what's going on here? Because this looks annoying. Are we playing this? No, but then just rook e1. If you play... Wait, maybe he's playing that. That makes sense. There we go. That's a move. Because I think it's too slow to castle that way. Still, position doesn't look very good. Yeah, doesn't look great. Marcus Rager with the white pieces has an hour and a half on the clock, so he's the one who's been playing pretty much immediately. These guys are not playing deep theory here. This is just a chill position from Slav. This again looks like heavy theory. It really does. Aryan's game does not look very theoretical at all. I think maybe Vidit is like, you know, oh, I'm playing Buddy Aryan. Aryan knows his theory. I just want a chill position against him. So, That's what we seem to have in this one. Magnus's game again looks like theory that I've seen at least. Takes pretty quickly. Go Magnus. Magnus is gonna have to handle some theory here. Eric is handling some theory here. What in the flying hell is going on here? Is this just gonna be like the biggest zeros you've ever seen? Or is white supposed to be a bit better here? What's the deal? Eric took and then took. So, first of all, if queen g6, you can play you can play f4. But even f3 would be sufficient. This was the line that was given in all the games, I think. Right? And like, it just looks dead. This is what chess is all about these days. Zeros across the board, like. Brutal. So I suspect he'll do this. I don't know if there's another way to try to play on here, but. Yep, some theory monkeys. Theory monkeys for sure. Dude, this is what chess has come to. My goodness. Eric can draw the game and go back to the hotel room. This is going to be a very close match. As expected, the last board, Marcus Rager having the white pieces against the lowest rated player from Offerspill, that's going to be a very tough pairing. So if the IM can get a draw on that final board, I think that's going to be really, really big for the team result. Wei Yi won and Ding Liren won. How did these guys win this position? Isn't that crazy? How? Queen f4. Queen f4 and taking seems important because then this rook doesn't have any squares to go to. Wow. c4. Wow. Wow. Holy smokes. You know how well you have to play to do what just happened here? Ivanchik just smoked Ding and then Wei Yi. Again, Queen f4. Pretty funny, right? Rook takes. Oh. I don't think I can make a move. But if rook takes, I think you were getting your rook trapped. Look how long this is as well. Do you see this Zugzwang? Rook d5, rook c6. Okay, so you have to play g5, and then rook h6. This rook endgame is pretty filthy, by the way. Do you see these Zugzwangs? Here, first of all, king f3. If you take right now, king f7, rook h6, king g7, your rook is trapped. So white goes king f3, so he can take and move his rook here. Now black has to go here. Now after rook g8, you can't move the pawn, you can't move the king, you can't move the rook here, so you've only got 2 moves on the board. No matter which one you pick, white's going to go here. Now you've only got 1 move on the board. You have to go back, no matter which spot you chose. And now after rook here, you've only got 1 move on the board. You have to play g5, because your king is trapped and your rook is trapped. And after here, you have to take, and after rook h6, you just lose the pawn. Because of all this. It's all forced. No, but this is a very nasty game. b4. No, but this game is gorgeous, actually. Do you see this move as well? Rook g8. No check, but just rook g8. And you don't have any moves except to allow king. No, but this game is like, this might be one of the nicest games I've ever seen. What in the flying hell did I just watch? Inarkiev against Wei Yi match. Wei Yi with white. No, but I'm literally saving this game. This is a crazy game. My God. Winning that endgame takes like probably just a ridiculous amount of technique. All right, so Eric's got queen f4 on the board. All right, Eric got 1 move out of the next 50 that Wei Yi played. Nice, we got the first move. We just need 49 more. They were all from this position, yeah, after queen f4. But yeah, Black's theory here has been impeccable. Go, Eric. Queen b8. Well, the thing is, nobody played this as black. That's what I'm wondering, Manor Monkey. Why did nobody play this as black? If nobody played this, there has to be something wrong with it. Because queen b8 is too obvious. So if you play queen b8, and I play rook e7, aren't we maybe doing very poorly in this endgame? Like my king comes and rook to c4 or something? There has to be a reason, no? Database doesn't have the game? Yeah, maybe not, eh? There's one game here. Adam's game. Database does have it. One game. Oh, you played Rookie 7. Well, I agree. Black is doing fine here, but at the same time, you also have some nice pressure. Queen A2, nice move. Okay. I mean, draw for sure. But let's say that you're picking a side here. Okay, you obviously pick white because you have a pass pawn. Only white can win. But I'm sure white should be able to try more than that, right? That was that wasn't much. That wasn't much. But yeah, that game is here actually. Because if you take and go like here, and then I think black just goes g6 and rook c8 next. Or rather, I could go rook c8 first, and then g6. And this is an easy draw. But if we go rook here, then black has to go rook here. I don't think it helps much, though. Because you can't really go here without dealing with check. However, rook here, queen a8. Yeah, at the very least, like, yeah, white's king is unsafe for sure, but I get the feeling that the strong players that are playing this don't feel like they can lose with white, you know? That's, from seeing some of the games, it definitely feels like that. Queen f4, queen c5, played. Must be the first time we've seen that move. Yeah. This is Wojtaszek's brand new move. End of theory. Novelty played. On move 22, we have a novelty, boys. Huge novelty. Gonna change the game of chess. You might think it's 0.17, but the novelty has been analyzed down to 0.00. But obviously, Eric's going to play rook e2, b3, and Eric is going to go and try to win the endgame, just like our pal, Wei Yi. Just like Big Wei. Yep. So keep this game in mind. You're going to need to remember it. Thanks, Hugh, for the Prime sub, 16 months. Welcome back. I'm not sure, Manor Monkey, and it's also a different story when you're doing it against like a very strong player, right? Because you're constantly thinking like, oh, he's in theory, or he's got it figured out, or there's no way this is just fine for for me. Really do like that black didn't just play knight f6, by the way, and played knight g5. I didn't really think of this till now, but knight to e6 looks so much better than knight on f6. Challenging this knight. Now, I suspect white might want to say, oh, I don't want to trade with you. That looks helpful. But if you just go back, then I don't know. Black can go bishop e7 castle, or even long castle and d5. And if you take, pawn takes, let's say rook e1. Technically, we can castle, although I'm not sure if he wants to play bishop here. I think this could be annoying. Although, to be fair, although you're stopped from castling, you can long castle, so. Queen g4 is the move here. Just realized. So there's no bishop e7 there. Takes rook e1. I think you have to long castle. Yeah. You have to be prepared to do this. White looks slightly better, for sure. Although I like this reroute idea. Magnus, by the way, is still thinking after this, which, I mean, Magnus himself has said it a few times. Like, if Magnus is spending more than 15 minutes on a move, he's definitely not sure about something. I don't think in general you find Magnus in spots where his opponents are playing moves that genuinely confuse him or that he like really has to ponder. I'm sure he knows what's going on here a bit, but still, the move b5, I can proudly say is in my notes. I'm sure it's been played before. No shot. No shot there's no games with this position. Wait a minute. Have I been preparing a novelty my entire life and I just never got a chance to play it? Kurtz, are you telling me I had a novelty prepared and you and I couldn't just host an exhibition game just to get my work out there? We should have ran a best of 3. Have I been churning up a move that could take out Magnus this entire time? Good lord. I sat on it too long. No, but it's trolling. It's saying there's no games in the database here. A3, which is a reasonable move because it stops b4. But I think if you're playing a3, black can already just go a6, bishop b7, and I suspect be totally fine. Not to mention bishop b7. Like, not to mention this move might not be required. You could just maybe go here or something. But I think black has a good position. Let me look at the actual opening explorer. What was it? Like this? I think he did knight c3. Knight g2, there are no games? But that's just not true. There's no chance. There's no way no one's played knight e2 here. I don't believe that for a second. Does anyone have do you have ChessBase open, Kurtz? Are you working right now? Who has ChessBase handy? There's no shot. I believe there's no games after knight e2. What the hell? Yeah, that just seems very surprising. It really does. I'm wondering in this position, has anyone played knight ge2? J3, thanks for the prime for 4 months. Matthias and Andy with the bits. Appreciate it, guys. Okay, one sec. One sec. Hmm. Chessbase says no games. That's crazy. That's crazy. So this is literally brand new. All right, all right. Give me like 2 seconds. I have to see it for myself. I believe you, obviously, but I want to even check my own file now. Give me a couple seconds. Very, very, very interesting stuff. I'm just gonna say, like, it's rare, obviously, that Magnus encounters something like this. You know, where it's never been played and it's used against him. I just think that's pretty cool in chess to bring out a brand new idea against Magnus of all people. Impressive stuff. Very interesting. Yeah. No games, eh? Yeah, just had to boot up the old base. I think it's very cool. So obviously knight e2 is a strange move, right? When you think of it, like, why would white not put the bishop on g2? Okay, so because I have 2 notes. I have notes on this, but I also have notes on this. Bishop here, what happens here? Because on bishop to g2, in my notes, I have b5 as very strong. And b5 has only been played once. And it was 2022. Ah, 2022. It was literally just played or something. Oh my goodness, it was played like 2 weeks ago. Oh my god, my ideas are being stolen. Oh. Oh my goodness. They're being leaked. It just got played by a 2600. Interesting. But it makes more sense against bishop g2. So I had mainly looked at it against bishop g2 in this line because it makes more sense. Bishop g2 is what white's going to play every time. And yeah, there's lots of moves for black, of course. But if you look with Engine, it just really likes b5. And I think it's knight here and queen b6 or something. Yeah, queen b6 and black is like already a bit better. And yeah, if you don't take it, then okay, there's b4 coming and same kind of stuff. But knight g2, b5, takes, a3. I mean, for sure a3 is not... Oh yeah, Manor Monkey, that's what I'm saying. So I have both of them, but I'm saying the initial idea that I saw b5 in came from bishop g2, because that's the main move for white. And then it's like, okay, knight e2, yeah, like you just do the same thing. It also applies. And b5 makes more sense after knight e2, because now you can't even take it. Literally, the pawn is hanging on e4. So this actually just makes way more sense. And he's just coming at him here, a5. I'm very curious what the situation is here. Takes. Magnus plays obviously a very natural move, a3. And a5 was played. And the reason a5 strikes me as strange, and it always will strike me as strange, is because you're never, like, you're not actually threatening to go b4, right? So you need another move before you can do that. Like bishop here, I guess he's going bishop here. That seems totally logical. Has to be bishop b7, protects the rook, still hits the pawn. So now white must castle, right? And then at this point, b4. Okay. Queen b6 seems a bit more logical, but okay. Queen b6. Engine maybe likes b4. I think it's going to be very close to equal here. I don't think you play b5 like this and just have nothing, but this is what I'm saying. Like, if Magnus gets a position like this, he can still do a lot with this. I think he can do a lot with this position. But a3 looks like a very normal move to check. I'm just curious what the top engine line looks like. I mean, maybe knight a5 it also was talking about, but queen b6. I mean, of course, when you prepare a move like this, you have to prepare it deeper than just that one move. So I'm a little surprised that Hare Krishna didn't have a3 looked at. I don't know. I don't get, first of all, I don't get to see brand new things in chess very often. Chess is always just the same theory over and over. You don't get to see the world champion playing like c4 too often. And not only is this something that's new, like brand new as of today, but it's also something that I've personally looked at. So I'm quite invested right now. I'm quite interested. But a5 seems relatively strange. Considering that you probably need to be very direct with this b5 stuff. And it looks a little bit slow. So I don't know, I could see Magnus getting a nice position after bishop g2, castle, and b4 maybe. So I don't know. It just seems weird to have prepared such a really nice move, b5, but then have a5. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that Hare Krishna did not have b5 prepped here. I think Hare Krishna did what I did. I think he prepped b5 here when the pawn's defended. And I think because he prepped it here, he saw this and was like, oh, b5, actually, that makes even more sense. e4 is just hanging, right? b5 makes total sense here. He's already analyzed it in the bishop g2 line. So now he's like, well, dude, okay, it's the same thing. right? Takes, and now the pawn's even hanging, so this is genius. So he plays b5 here. Knight e2 has basically never been played by anyone. And because he's prepared b5 in the other line, now after a3, he doesn't have his prep. He doesn't have his exact position, because usually the bishop was here. So all the lines he's looking at are a little bit different. Like with the bishop here and the knight here, then in this position after a3, maybe the move is like takes or knight c6 or queen b6, but they look different now that the knight's here. So then he plays a5 because he's a little bit out of book, or like he's not exactly where he prepared it. And after bishop g2, he's more on his own right now. He's more on his own. So I think that's what happened. I think he prepared a really cool move, b5, against bishop g2, which is what I did, because knight g2 is not can't be a move that you expect. And as a result, he actually didn't prepare against knight e2, which means that he's kind of going off feel here. And a5, if he had prepared this move against knight e2, he wouldn't have played a5, because he would have been checking this line, and like a5 is just not the top move. Magnus baited him. Well, he didn't really bait him in the sense that Magnus's move I don't think will be repeated, because b5 is very strong. But the point is, after a3, black just needs to play knight c6, queen b6, or knight c6, knight a5. And it's very easy to see that with the engine after the game, so everyone will know for next time. But Magnus baited him in the sense that because of the move order, the opponent didn't have this like whole line prepared. So he's kind of trying to figure it out on the board, and he played a5, which is maybe not the best. I mean, a5 is not a bad move, don't get me wrong, but it's not a fully prepared novelty. Yeah, I agree, Mannered Monkey. I think Magnus's a3 is very human, and it elicited a a5 response from black, which is also human, but probably not the best. You needed some engine knight c6, knight a5 to have a good position. And I can definitely see something like this happening, where maybe Magnus wins, which would be big for the team. I think the team needs a Magnus win. He's got the white pieces. He's the only one who's the rating favorite on their whole squad, so gotta try. Eric's game is it's just moving very slowly. I can show you guys, but there's not a ton to it. You know, you just gotta let it happen. If it gets to a rook end game or something, then I'll probably dive deeper into some of the nuances. But for now, I think I'm just gonna leave it for the most part. Is it a dead draw? I only say no because we happen to check this game. And it just showed what I thought was unbelievable technique with white. And I could see Eric's game being, you know, similar to this. And this rook end game, you feel should be like a dead draw or something, but I just thought it was so so interesting how white was able to do this. Like a very impressive game. So having seen that, I'll maintain some hope for Eric. But having not seen that game, I would say this is a dead draw. But it's also not the most interesting game to calculate, right? Because there's no tactics, there's no forced lines, like it's just a maneuvering technique game. So not much to say about it. Aryan's position, I have to say, looks like looks fairly decent here. But Vidit's playing quickly, he's gonna double up. While Aryan's position is good, he's also down literally 1 hour on the clock. Navarra is slightly better. Better structure, that's about it. Bishop e3 coming. I really like white's position though. You're not going to get a ton. You're not going to get a big edge against most GMs in modern chess. So I think white's position is pretty nice here. But according to the engine, I'm assuming black can hold this. This game is going to be the slowest game, I think, of all of them. It's just very double-edged. We are, Ubitsia. We're playing the number 2 team in the entire tournament. Number 2 club. Yeah, rookie 1. You can't play bishop e7 here, from what I can see. Or maybe you can, but you have to then deal with this line. And maybe this is playable, but I wouldn't suspect so. Engine is probably more okay with this line than you might think, but yeah, this is a really important board not to lose with black for the team. This one is also important, but I think that black has done a good enough job that there's not enough pieces on the board for this to be a real issue. That's my initial impression. Rapport is Romanian now in terms of chess language. Rapport plays for Romania. It was decently recent. But yep, he was playing for Hungary and now he's playing for Romania. Whenever you see players switch chess federations, the reason is drumroll money. It means they were not getting paid or supported at all from their federation, and whatever federation they're playing for now is paying them more money. I think almost everybody in chess who has switched federations has been happy with their decision. Which is maybe an interesting fact. But I don't think there's anybody who switched federations and regretted it. Because it's not like you switch federations from like Hungary to Romania. You're clearly getting paid money. It's not like you do that and all of a sudden Hungary becomes like some chess superpower and like millions of dollars come in and it's like, oh, I wish I played for them now. It's like, no. Well, e4 was hanging Marius. To take here would drop that pawn, right? Because he just played this move, so it wasn't there before. You don't want to give up your center pawn for a wing pawn. What is that story, Manor Monkey? Is there any truth to that? What do you mean cyberbullying? Change to North Korea for cash? Honestly, if you didn't have to visit North Korea and you could just switch to their chess federation and you would get paid, maybe. Yeah, maybe that might be worth it. So the game is progressing as we expect. We'll definitely see castling. And after castles, b4 is the only other move except this. So b4, it's going to be what? Just knight d5. Looks solid. Because this pawn is loose. And you're taking here. Something like this looks right. Rook a4. Although there is knight a6. I'm not sure if there are smarter moves here. Like knight a2, I mean, like this pawn is falling. So I don't think you can move the knight anywhere except here, and I don't think you can play that. Rook takes here also doesn't feel correct. Yeah, there's like bishop a6, huge threat. Takes. This doesn't look right at all. Well, slouchy. I think we talked about that, but I think it's obvious that the reason Magnus played the move knight e2 and not bishop g2 was to avoid prep and to play a new move. Magnus obviously has an idea with this. But what I will say is, although Magnus played this to get other people out of prep and to surprise somebody, Hare Krishna played a move that I think he prepared against bishop g2. But the point is, this move also surprised Magnus here. Clearly it did. And if Hare Krishna had prepared this just like one or two moves deeper, I think Magnus would really regret playing knight e2. That's what I think. So I don't think Magnus will be happy to like repeat this move because of the move b5. Now, I don't think Hare Krishna continued appropriately here with a5, but knight c6, knight a5, to me at first glance, looked very strong and was supported by the engine. So it's a little bit of like good prep and a little bit of luck, right? Because, hey, if Hare Krishna had prepared this move and then intuited over the board that knight c6, a5 should be the play here, I think Magnus might be in a very uncomfortable position. So definitely a little bit of luck here, I will say. I don't think Magnus expected b5, and his reaction a3 is very human. It's like I don't know exactly what's going on here, but okay, this move looks natural. Let me just prevent this move and go from there. So that's what I feel happened. Thanks for the raid, John Curtis. I'm not focused. 8 months prime. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah. So this move doesn't look particularly appetizing. I have a feeling Hare Krishna will play queen b6. I have a feeling Magnus will play b4. And I have a feeling Magnus will win. That is my game prediction. Eric's game, again, just it's going to be very slow moving. So there's not much I can say, guys. Just keeping you updated. Eric's in a position which in all likelihood will be a draw. But this is what's on the board. C6. Black needs a bunch of moves in order to be perfectly happy here. Yes, the Seiko. I did see the Botez live channel was streaming from a nightclub in Berlin or something, or they did some chess and techno thing. I thought it was an interesting combination. I never thought of it before. Chess and techno music. It was cool. Might give it a try. Just don't have those big corporate sponsors, Mandarin Monkey. Don't have esports orgs paying us the big bucks, you know? Don't have the connections like your buddies to make it happen. Hello, Azizi. Am I wearing Chess Bra merch right now? No, I'm not wearing Chess Bra merch. I can't wear the merch because it sells out so quickly. Every merch item that I wear is one that doesn't go on the back or on the butt of a Chess Bra fan around the world. I have to think about the bigger picture every time I think about putting on some Chess Bra joggers. I'm always thinking of y'all. How are these other games going? Whoa! What do we think of this move? Why bishop a3? Well, I mean, black was about to play a4 and take and just make a draw, as far as I could see. Like, it just seems like a very tough position to win. I don't know. He's got some idea. I mean, who knows if this is the best decision, but okay. Takes. I guess you got to go back. Like, definitely if you play c5, this is an example of, like, for sure how to just lose the game, right? Your bishop does nothing. White's bishop is just destroying you. So I think bishop d6. And then here, let's say rook e1. And you're in a weird position where you can never challenge the rook. And you're always tied down to this. And white plays rook e3, rook f3, right? Because if you ever play rook here, I take with check. And if you ever move this rook, I just take. So what does black do here? And it doesn't have to be rook e1, by the way. I could play rook d1, d3. I don't think it matters. And he's just in time to attack it. And black has two pieces that are not able to participate in the defense of the pawn. So seems like it could be a very potentially strong idea. Oh, there's no f5, buddy. Can't do that one. Can't do that one. That's what's so annoying about the position. The f-pawn has to stay there. King h8, yeah, but that'll drop the pawn as well. There's back rank problems for white. First of all, there are not. in the sense that it's not mate. But second of all, like, if we play that line, I don't see how, because black can never play rook here, and black can never play rook here. So you can say there's back rank problems for white, but as soon as you go here, I'm just going to take with check and then play g3, and I'll be fine. Plus, it's not even mate, so. Rook b6. Are you talking about rook b6 now, or are you talking about rook b6 in that line? Because yeah, I don't think anything. I don't think anything happens here. Doesn't feel right. Rook b6 now. Yeah, rook b6 now, but no, that doesn't feel right. First of all, maybe there's bishop c5 if I really want to force this, but I don't believe that. Rook f6. Takes. Like, aren't we just much worse here? At the very least, it looks like we're pretty damn close to losing a pawn here. Gotta be pawn takes. Rook d5, rook d4. Eric's game was a draw. Probably Eric made queen f4 and offered a draw to black, which seems very fair. A big result from the chief. He's heading back to the hotel room, heading back into the chat room with y'all. Go, chief. Well, sudden life, you're going to lose your pawn, right? Your F pawn. Yeah, their team is very strong. They're playing the number 2 team in the whole tournament. He played b4. Interesting. All right, this is going to be very forcing then. By the way, in this game, he did play bishop takes. I'm seriously wondering what black does here. What happens here, by the way? How do we not lose this pawn? I must be missing something. Bishop d6. And by the way, my rook e1 could easily be rook d1 to d3 to f3. I'll let David Navarra calculate whether there's a difference between these two moves, but my point is that if I bring a rook to f3, isn't this just very good? Because maybe he's trying to say, I'm trying to get rid of this pawn, but I can't even do that. Like here, you can just take it, to be quite honest with you. But maybe he wants something like this. A4 takes. But white's always going to take with the bishop, I think. So that he has a pass pawn. Because he knows he's going to win this. Yeah. I don't know. Am I missing something very obvious here? Does anyone have an answer to me bringing my rook here? If black ever moves the king, you lose the pawn. If you ever move this rook on f8, you lose the pawn. So you can't move this and you can't move that. If you ever play rook here, then I play bishop takes pawn. And then you take, I take your rook. So you can never play this move. You can't move either of those pieces. Moving this doesn't seem to help. moving the rest of the pieces, I don't know, it doesn't seem very relevant. And I just want to go here. So rook e1, rook e3, rook f3. g5 or g6, sure. But we've looked at that as well. So rook e1, g6, or g5, I don't really care. I'll go rook here, king g7, rook here. And you still can't play f5 because you're pinned no matter where your king is. If your king is here, you're pinned. So you can't move the pawn. I don't know. g5, g4. Well, first of all, I think you guys can appreciate g5, g4 is pretty insane. But let's say here, g4, I don't know, h3. Right, g5, g4 is such a temporary solution to a permanent problem. I just go h3, I don't really know what's happening here. g3. But maybe I just go rook f3. I think that's the simplest. Not gonna fall into this. And if you take, I'll probably just take and then go back rook f3. If you go h5, takes, and rook e4, there's no f5, this pawn is hanging. But like, yeah, this g5, g4 stuff, you're just gonna get a lost position, I think. But yeah, there's no way that like the way you deal with this idea is g5, g4. That can't be the case. Can block with dark squared bishop if g5. Yeah, but what about g3? I'm just recreating the threat here. Why is he thinking? There's a few different schools of thought here. Rook e1, e3, f3 seems to be the best, but rook d1, d5 hits that pawn and maybe intends rook there. Maybe he's wondering whether he should play the move a4 because a4 fixes this pawn and doesn't allow black any chance to do that. If you believe that this is basically unstoppable, no matter what black does, then you might take the time to play a4 here. Maybe you want to play g3 here. Give your king some air. I mean, the guy's got an hour and 5 minutes. I don't think you need to rush a decision. So just because you're not seeing it like on the board immediately doesn't necessarily mean that like he's missed it or something. Well, security guy, that's the thing, is like it's already opposite bishops. So I don't think you want to like it's already opposite bishops. So if you're saying there's opposite bishops, there's good drawing chances, you already have good drawing chances. Giving up a pawn on top of that should not really be part of the plan. Of course, there's still drawing chances. Like black could play here. Maybe rook takes, and you could say, yeah, there are good drawing chances for black here. There's no doubt about that. But you're down a full pawn, and g3, rook e2, bishop back, king up. You're gonna suffer a long time here. You are gonna suffer. You're not gonna have a good time. Thanks, Cartman, for the 2-year resub with us with Prime. Thank you, Cartman. 24 months. Alan and Chess, 54 months. Well, unfortunately, pictures when you're not only speaking to a GM, but you're also looking at a game between two GMs, you need to be a lot more specific than stuff. Does black ever have any bishop c5, rook f8 stuff? I mean, you either have it or you don't. Do you think there's enough time for that? Count the moves out. You can see the ideas as well as anyone else, I believe. You need 2 moves here, okay? So, do your moves. Rook f8. I move my bishop. Bishop c5. There's your stuff. Are you happy with it? Does black have the stuff? Because I think that you're right that black can play it, but I think you, as well as anyone here, can evaluate that white can just defend it. So, you can answer your own question. You're a smart lad. So you went rook d1 as opposed to rook e1. And that is a very interesting decision for me because rook e1 seemed to prevent rook e8. After rook d1, I'm wondering about this move. And I think that after this, I have to go like that. And this might just be very strong. This might be very strong. Rook e7, rook here, rook e1 is actually quite tricky in my opinion. Because normally rook e7 should be lost, but rook e1 is tricky. Maybe he goes king f1 here. King f1 seems kind of useful. Now there's no rook e7. The only thing here is that after rook e5, I'm wondering what's going on. Because now there's rook f5. I wasn't sure about this. There's no rook f3 now. Also, I truly don't understand why not rook e1 and why rook d1. I'm curious what the engine thinks about rook e1. Rook e1, g6, rook e3. Okay, yeah, so it's losing a pawn, right? Interesting. So here, g6, rook e3. Rook d8, bishop f7. Takes. And this is very comfortable because black gets to play this and threaten rook d1 all at once. Important trick. Because if you have to play rook d3 and trade, then it is going to be a draw. I need the rook on the board, and if rook back, then rook d2, and then you're definitely not happy. Rook e1 is still going to be a fine move, but rook d1 was played. And here, I was thinking this is the best move. For sure, g3 looks great. And I think he's going to play it slowly. Yes, you can get rook f5, but that's it. You're going to be stuck. You actually know what could happen. I could just trade rooks here, right? Even something like this. Okay, yeah. To be fair, f4 is important to stop g5. Because maybe the king gets out. So this, and then rook d5. And you see how black's going to be tied down to this pawn for the rest of this chess game. This might just be a loss on the spot. And for sure, it's not a position you want to get into as a human being. Because you can see your 2700 opponent is just going to, like, literally do whatever he wants to you. Like, this looks awful. You can't do anything. You move your king up, you move your king up. No, it's still hanging. Every single line. So, yeah, white wants to do something like that. Maybe trade the rooks. A4. Nasty. Unfortunately, this looks like a very good position for the other guys. The other guys. Okay, back in this game. Okay, this is what we saw. Queen b6, yep. Takes, and this is where we left it, essentially. You know, I'm reminded of I'm reminded of a game. Let me see here. Is it this? No. I'm reminded of a game that Magnus played where basically Magnus seems to be one of the best. He pushes his pawn, and sometimes he might be like down 1 pawn, 2 pawns. But the point is the quality of the pawns. Sometimes what I'm saying is that you can have a position where you get your pawn all the way down to d6 or d7, and you just support it with the rook. And let's say all the minor pieces are off the board. Those positions can, like, let's say d6, takes, rook here. Now, I want to just trade the knights off the board, just for the sake of this discussion. So, bear with me here, right? But in a position like this, the further the pawn gets up the board with only heavy pieces, is like, this is just going to be completely winning. Completely winning. If this pawn gets to d7, it's definitely winning. If white was like missing these 2 pawns, white would still have a very good chance. Just because of the power of this pawn. Like, you can tie down a full rook. And it just can't move the rest of the game. So I think we could be getting into a situation where Magnus considers pushing his d-pawn and just having his pieces support it. That could be really interesting. The only problem, of course, is that what I did there was I forced the knights to come off the board, and that's not going to be as easy to do in the actual game, because obviously you can't do what I did. The presence of knights definitely helps black. G4. Yeah, I mean, look at this knight, right? 0 squares. 0. So he needs a square for the knight. It's also a useful pawn to use. And rook d1 coming. G4. Chad energy. Aryan is very low on time here. His position is fine, though. Position is just fine. I think that black is going to suffer in this game. I predict white wins this, unfortunately. So, my predictions. Yeah, Eric draw was a easy prediction to make for a little while there. Magnus, I've been calling a win for a while. I'm going to call Magnus win. I'm going to call a Navarro win. This position, oh, this position looks wild. Now, it's getting interesting. Very complicated. This one I can't really say for the moment, actually. This position looks very nice for Rager, especially after that move. Unfortunately, if I was being objective, I'd have to call Marcus Rager win. But Urkadal has his chances here with white. Absolutely does. And then Aryan's looking for a draw. I think Aryan can draw this game. Maybe even knight g5. Knight f6 is possible, but perhaps knight g5? I don't know. He's got this pin here. So Magnus win, Aryan draw, Navarro win. I think Ragger win, and we need like Urkadal to win with white, I think. I think we need Urkadal to win with white. This is an important game, in my opinion, based on how the other games look. It's a very tough match. The boys are all lower rated than their opponents, except for Magnus. Geovoidal, thanks for the 10 months, man. Thanks for the 10 months with Prime. I do not have the stuff, by the way. No stuff. Exactly, Loafs. Magnus game, G4 looks very sexy. Even if black moves nothing here, the move G5 will be annoying. It'll just clamp down, stop you from making an escape square, and if you play G6, then the knight jumps into F6. So everything about G4 looks really high class. Now, it's possible that black draws this game, and I certainly hope that he's able to, but I see a position where he's going to be put under a lot of pressure. Yeah, Eric's played 2 games in this tournament thus far. He's 2 out of 2. This is the 3rd game. It's round 4, so he didn't play one of the rounds. It's a team event, so they have like, 8 players per team, but only 6 of them play in the match. So the captain can decide like who plays at what time. So 2 wins, and he just played today. We haven't been covering his game too much. First of all, it ended, so that's why we're not covering it now. He drew, but it also was heavily theoretical. Like, I think the whole game was theory. It's quite possible that Wojtaszek didn't think about a single move this game. The only thing he was doing was picturing the position on his computer at home. What did I analyze? Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. Well, we have an idea what Magnus wants to do next. Only question for me is whether he wants to play G5 first. I suppose you could also make a case for Rook C1 here. It handles Rook C8, handles Knight C5. Thanks, Spicy Indian Swag, 25 months. Twitch Prime. Good to see you again, bud. Knight D6 played. Yeah, that looks like a good one. Knight F5 is a move here, so I have half a mind to think we'll see King F1. That's an interesting idea, Sean. Rook C1, Knight F6. I think G5 there. Yeah, probably G5 there. Eric's game is over. Draw. You can see the result top left, or sorry, top right of your screen. But anytime you have these matches between the top clubs, I think it's always going to be really tight. The biggest rating difference is, 150 points on the last board here, GM against IM. So that's obviously a really important board. White pieces for the 2600. This is the team is probably counting on him to get a win for sure. Big Blue, I think I got you in my trap. Are you talking about the Aryan game? I think I got you in my trap. I was saying here I wanted to play knight f5. Like, obviously it's not black's turn, but, you know, whatever, just to like... It's really hard to make a move here that doesn't change the position, but whatever, I don't know. It's bishop here. It's really difficult, actually. Rook here. Knight f5. Takes. Even rook here, by the way, is like... It's actually impossible to make a move that doesn't change it, because here actually blocks the pin. It's crazy. There's almost no moves I can make that don't change the complexion. King h1, that gets out of the pin. This is insane. I can't even make a waiting move to show this, because bishop a1 is the closest I can get. But it makes it more apparent that there's queen e1. But there's really no move I can make. And this is pinned, and if you go to win a piece, then you get mated. So I think he is threatening to play knight f5. But this is what I'm saying. King h1, h3, king f1, king f2, they all change the complexion so that knight f5 is not the same. Hello, Lolly. Magnus, knight g3. Noise, noise. If knight f6, then g5. Oof, this position looks depressing. This looks like such a squeeze for Navarra. This game is one of the wilder ones. What's happening here? Maybe it's just equal. Bishop takes. Take the rook. Yeah, I could go here, but I get concerned about that pawn in an endgame. This pawn structure is really bad, by the way, against the bishop. If this pawn was on h7, then black could play g6 and king g7. The reason that this pawn structure is so bad against the bishop is because the bishop hits the pawn. And usually when the rooks are on the board, like if you imagine the rooks trade off the board in a position like, let's say this. With the rooks on the board, it's very disturbing because the king can't move. And as soon as you play king over here, then there are a lot of situations where you just lose this pawn because it's not defended. And in a normal position, white could play king g2. In a normal position, with the pawn here, black could play g6 and king g7. King g7, get on a dark square, play f5. But here, the only way to achieve that is the rather slow g5, g6, king g7. This was a bit of a strange plan. So black's in this weird spot where oftentimes he's worried about losing this pawn because the king can't really move out of the way. What line are you talking about? Pictures? Oh, knight takes d5. Gotcha. In the Magnus game. Yeah, I misunderstood. Yeah, because there's knight f5 or something? No? Something like this, and knight e7. No, rad dude. We'll keep the links out of the chat, bud. Knight g3. Is he still thinking here? Yeah, Vidit's having a think. This position looks so unpleasant. Yeah, he did what I expected, and maybe he'll go knight f6, but the other option is to swing in, and then I think bishop takes e4 is an option. So like rook takes, knight c5. I suppose you can think about this. But this is why we have moves like rook takes d5 available. Rook a3, which I think is important. Knight d3, bishop takes e4. And if you take back, I take here. Knight c1, however, looks... Yeah, I guess it gets the job done, though. Jeez, what a weird line. Katie! Oh, rad dude, you asked if you could post a link. I said no, you posted a link. I don't understand, bud. See you, pal. Thanks a lot for the raid, Katie. Shout out. Did we spell that right? We did. First time. Go me. Welcome, everybody. I am covering the European Club Cup, but specifically I'm covering the matches of Offerspill, which you'll definitely know as Magnus Carlsen's club. Not only because they are one of the best clubs. They're not the best in this tournament. They're one of the best. But Eric Hansen, who streams right here on Chessbra, is on Magnus's team. So Eric drew his game today. And we also got our buddy Aryan, who's done a lot of streaming on the Chessbra channel as well. And then Magnus, of course. So a few people we're keeping up with on Team Offerspill. And right now they're in a match against a team which is actually stronger than them. The opponent's roster is, you know, Hari Krishna, Vidit, Wojtaszek, David Navarra, Nils Grandelius, and then their last board 6, their lowest rated player at the moment on the roster, or at least in this match, is Marcus Rager, 2630. They got some noob on last board, 2630. Thanks Thunderbird for the 27 months with Prime. So they got a pretty serious lineup. The match is ongoing. I think it's going to be very close. Eric drew already, so his match is done, but we're paying attention to the rest of them here. And yeah, thanks again, and welcome everyone that just came from Katie's stream. Oh, yeah, 928. Thank you. Jason, appreciate the $50 tip. Tossing a coin to your Witcher. Was Aryan ever working with Vidit? That's a good question. I'm not sure how many, I'm not sure how many players have done serious work for other chess players. A few for sure. And probably Aryan has done some, well, he's definitely done some stuff for Magnus. That's got to be true. Vidit, I'm not sure. Because Vidit did some work for, well, a lot of work for Anish. But I'm not sure if Aryan ever worked for Vidit. Maybe there's like an Andrew Tate kind of like pyramid scheme that could happen in chess. You know, Magnus hires, you know, Vidit. No, Magnus hires like Anish to be his second. Anish is like, okay, I hire Vidit to be my second. And then Vidit's like, okay, I hire Aryan to be my second. You know, and eventually it gets all the way down so that Valentinian is providing lines for the world champion. It's a pyramid scheme that could work. I'm just saying, if Magnus says, I'll pay you $10,000 to work for me, you know, Anish is like, okay, I'll pay you $5,000 to work for me. To the next guy, it could work. Trickles to the top. Trickle up. $5,000 a year? Well, it depends. Certainly not a year. Probably per tournament. I imagine that it would be paid per tournament, or maybe over a certain period of time, maybe per month. Depends if somebody is doing work for you consistently, just all the time, or if you just hire them to work for you during a tournament where you need the prep. Oh, we know for a fact that the seconds get a bonus. If you're on Team Magnus for the World Championship, you'll get paid, and you'll definitely get paid more if he wins the World Championship. There's no question about that. This is a big think here from Buddy Vidit. There's some big thinks going on. Rook c5 makes me wonder, are we going to see this, or he doesn't care about a4? Because a4 could be concerning. This looks like a very sturdy position for white. Rook d5. The thing is, rook d5 for sure we want. But I think that this move is always going to be available, right? What is black going to do that you're in such a rush to play rook d5? I think it's a good move. And you get what you want. But, you know, there could be a lot... Like, there's a lot to be said for a4, king g2, king f3. Like, just build it up first. I don't know if it's, like, a rush to play rook d5. I was just saying, rook d5 takes. You always have that. But I don't think that's going away. So, maybe you can just build it a little more. Yeah, this board looks the most suspicious, unfortunately. E5, D4. And if Bishop f6. What didn't he like? Just c5, huh? Something. This board looks very troublesome. Yeah, that's definitely true, Manor Monkey. I certainly haven't played him Blitz, but I think Nepo and I played a bullet match. It should be... is it on our YouTube channel? I think it is. We might have taken the video down because it didn't get any views. No one watched me against Nepo. Well, actually, that's the reason why I don't play Nepo. It doesn't get any views. But yeah, I played Nepo in a bullet match, I think. Not a Blitz. Why is AutoMod censoring you? Loafs, it's because you're an absolute shame, Loafs. I can't believe you wrote that. Loafs had the audacity to write, I don't like blacks. Chances in the position. You got auto-modded, my guy. You got auto-modded. You have a very strong opinion. And you got seriously auto-modded there, my dude. That is absolutely abhorrent behavior. That might even have to be just a multi-week ban on Loafs. You know, 2.5-year sub. I'm not sure we can tolerate that. But you know, I think the worst is that in chess, if you play, let's say, knight to g5, knight g5. As soon as NG appears, Twitch is like, whoa, 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 whoa! Hold your horses there! Knight G, excuse you! It's like, whoa! Chill! Twitch wouldn't even let you type Knight G4, you know? You gotta be careful. We had to go through manually and approve all the potential G moves so that people could actually type them. We had to manually go add knight G4, knight G5, you know. H5 is one of those moves you play when you're in a clearly worse position, and it's like, aha, I am attacking you now, so that when the game ends, I can say that I was attacking you. H5 doesn't look too convincing to me. G6 pretty much had to be played to stop the knight moves. Rook C1, Rook D8. Magnus's position appears to be winning nice. Not in the winning territory just yet, but I think it's quite good. Takes in King F1. Yeah. I think Aryan is definitely equal here, but there's a lot of game to play. And when I say definitely equal, I'm not even sure I believe myself. What I mean is, like, I'm sure the engine would find equality, is what I'm trying to say. But, you know, there's moves like Queen C3 Moves like queen a6. It's not a simple position by any stretch. Eviscerated. Granifwin, thanks for the huge resub. Granny. Prime resub. 75 months. 3/4 of a, what did the guy say? Decade? Do you remember that strange conversation? So, someone resubbed for 50 months, and I was like, wow, he's here for half a century. And he was like, well, actually, you mean half a decade. It's like, what? Definitely one of the strangest conversations I've had. Thank you, Grinifwin. 75 months, 3/4 of a millennium. Welcome back. In other words, a damn long time. Indeed, that's what you need to focus on. Grinifwin's been supporting for a while. D Streets, thanks for the 100 bits. Is it true I can't parallel park? It's true. The word on the streets. It's factual. Cool idea. Sean probably fails for a few reasons. Queen here. I mean, the first reason is just d4, and it just blocks that and hits your queen. The second reason is just defend this. So f6, knight e8, knight f5. And then after bishop a3, play queen a6 check to get out of the pin, and then you lose another piece. So at least I have 2 remedies to that idea. Maybe there's more. Yeah, this game is in the same state that we left it in. Queen a6. I think Urkadel he's done a good job. I don't think he's worse here, and I don't think he will be ever. Like, white just needs to play h3 or g3. He's got the pressure. These pawns can definitely be weak. If anything, this pawn is an overextension, basically. So I think we won't lose this game with white. This game is concerning. Although white's spending time here, I feel like he's spending time because he's wondering where the knockout is. Yeah, Eric with an early draw. Aryan played queen c8, which looks very reasonable to me. Covers this, this, and this. So the main question is, what about queen c3? If bishop b4, I think we can take. And guarding this bishop then opens up too many other moves. So it's got to be take, right? I mean, you can give a check. Maybe the check is smart. I don't know, actually. It could be very dumb after after knight e2. Oops. But yeah, I guess we take. Go f6 or something. This is better. Isn't this better for white? Like, clearly better. This guy's a big problem. And the knight is dominated here. Knight on d6 is really, really not a good square. Okay, hang on a sec. Queen c3, what do we do here? I'm not liking the outlook. Queen a6. Knight e2 looks very good. Winning, in fact. And knight b7, there's no way is any good. I mean, it's just crushing here. Knight e6 or something. What do we what do we do against this? Like, you've got to take, no? Am I missing something obvious? I think you have to take, and then, okay, black can go knight f5. This has to be what he's trying to do. But I just don't like this pawn in every line here. Yeah, queen c3 played. Well, I think he's got to take this. Definitely Aryan is a little bit worse here. It's going to be a big draw to hold if he can do it. Navarra has played exactly as we expect. a4, king g2. I think you could consider rook to d5 now. Correct, Adam Hartlover. There might be some ideas with d4 there and queen e6, sacking the pawn and bringing the knight back in, but it's probably going to have to be something like that. Magnus could go for this h-pawn push here. d6 is always available, but the bishop just doesn't look good on a8, so I don't think you want to give it some space or give it a trade of all things. Took everything here. I feel like white is slightly better. Slightly. Wow. I think that because we talked about the millennium, decade, century stuff, we caused a huge math versus science statistical debate in chat. That's quite impressive, no? we really brought the intellectuals out. Yeah, there's a lot of big chiefs in chat right now. Yeah, white needs some h3 in his life, that's for sure. But I think this one should be a draw. This game is looking disturbing, but okay, white's spending a lot of time here. You can't find a breakthrough. I mean, this looks good enough to me. Not necessarily to take it, but just to play it. I don't know what he's bothered by here. I don't know what white is thinking for 30 minutes about. Right? Isn't this just this is a very good position? H5. Who would have thought this move would be the one? Aryan's got to take this. Bishop here, queen takes. I think Vidit's played a very nice game against Aryan so far. Magnus has gone for knight here, and after knight f6, if you take and take, bishop takes. Is this playable? I think so. Rook's defended. Should be fine. Knight takes, queen takes. If here, then queen d6. Queen b4, bishop d5. I'm not missing something here, I don't think. This is defended, so rook d1 doesn't do anything. Queen a5 doesn't do anything. I don't know. I mean, if we're taking here, like g5 stands out to me. But after queen here, maybe rook d1. Like, I think white's still better here. Something like g5, rook d1. And, you know, you play h4, you play bishop e4, king up, maybe. This pawn is kind of there. Black has some targets in the position. At some point, a timely f4 and queen d4. So maybe he wants to play something like that. If the queens trade off, then I think white gets a really nice game. There it is, rook c5. He's guarding the pawn. He's now threatening queen takes. And very importantly, if queen b6, just queen c1 or something. You could go queen c2, actually. I was thinking this, but I guess queen c3. I don't know. Don't know if you want to encourage that. Could also go queen e3, but it seemed to make sense to go on the c file here. Maynard Monkey, it's good to have you as the lone chess soldier in the chat. The math and science and biology and philosophy bras are out in full force. It's nice to have Maynard Monkey, a titan of the chess discussion. Not a chess soldier? Well, Lofs, I haven't seen you say anything. You said something about Magnus, and then there was a huge discussion about differential equations and low T stuff, and you've since been quiet. So I think, Lofs, that you are being bullied by the intellectuals in chat, while Mannered Monkey is speaking up for what he believes in. We need more chess discussion to combat the math and science bras right now. We need more variations. We need to stand up to the the big academic energy in here. Arian's thinking for a long time about takes, but like, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it forced? Bishop d4, you know? Only move. You gotta go, go, go. Arian's got 10 minutes, buddy. You know it's the only move. Let's get it on the board, pal. I also think knight f5 afterwards is also more or less forced, but that's more of an opinion. Let's go. There we go. Arian's gonna have a tough hold here. Very unpleasant position. Like I said, I think Vidit has done a really good job. The knight is just dominated here. Light square pawns, dark square bishop, dark square target permanently for white. I think it's unpleasant. If Arian holds this game, it will be quite impressive. But I think he's got the right idea. Knight here, try to play c5, d4, shut that bishop down, go for counterplay over here, queen c7. Like, you got to try to muddy the waters. So queen here, maybe just d4 or something. Or queen e6. This would be a big hold as well. And this position looks very, very equal. Hard to find something between these guys. Hello to Neil and Amanda. Oh, we finally made a move. Bishop b2. Whoa! Bishop b2. Whoa! What a huge move. Is Brando the bully in chat, Mander Monkey? Or was that a philosophical tag to make the joke? Because I believe his name now is Bando the bully. So you might want to take note of that, Mander Monkey, to upgrade your chirps. Your buddy Bando the bully. What do I think about queen f3 instead of bishop b2? I think a GM 2630 spent a lot of time to produce this move. Queen here. I don't know. King b8. Queen f3, king b8. But queen f3, king b8 is more or less forced, right? So queen a3. What's your idea though, Sean? You gotta tell me more than queen a3. Queen a3, king b7. What's up? What's really going on there? Obviously, I'm gonna defend my pawn. That would be an interesting game mode, Loafs. Who can threaten mate in one the most? You know, it's like 3-check chess, but you have to threaten mate in one 3 times. I think anytime the move c5 happens, black is probably playing b5, from what I can see here. I think this is a reasonable move. I don't know. It's the way white's playing is a little bit strange to me. Like, white's still much better here. But, like, why did black play this move? I think he was so concerned about queen g4 check. Honestly. And he really wanted to play this. So I suspect h5 and queen a4 are very much in tune with one another. Very important board. Yeah, I think they just make a draw here. f5, king h7, and nobody can really do anything. Rather, king h7 and then f5, of course. Not to allow queen takes g6. King f3. Rook d5. I believe white is going to put the screws in. So here's the possible position. King f6, let's say it happens. Here, takes, h5. King here. My question is, does black survive this position? And I think this is a bit annoying for white because you can't fully commit to this, or black might start doing that. I don't know. Yeah, I guess this is a bit too much. That's too many pawns, right? But f5 takes, rook h7. Yeah, white should be a bit better. So let's assume that black is stuck here. You see what I mean? Isn't this it's like a rather forcing continuation? Man, there are some really funny lines here. Rook b8 check. King here, mate, of course. But there's some really funny lines like rook b8 here. And actually, rook b6 makes what is seemingly an unstoppable checkmate threat. But they get mated themselves. But bishop b4 would be checkmate in one as well. And let's say if the king happened to be on a different square, like here, then it would be a more serious option. Because now you have to probably take this, I believe. Rook has to take, and maybe white's doing okay here. I'm not too sure, but it's tricky for white because the king will get there very quickly, and this is an important tempo. Yeah, you can take f7 first. This is true. Although then the king gets closer. But you're right. That's covered. This bishop has to move. White should probably be doing very well here. Not sure though. That's not so clear. The king will get here, and then this rook can get down here and start munching. But I think white should be... My feeling is white should be good. Okay, Magnus's position, queen b6, queen e3, queen a7, queen c1. I think he'd like to include moves like this, maybe bishop e4, king g2. But for now, he's got a nice clamp on the position. Aryan played knight f5, and Vidit's in a think tank here. Navarra played rook e1. I think he might want to play rook e8. That's a big time move, no? Rook e1, rook e8 is a bit nasty. Now you have to play this, I think. And it means that I don't think you can play king f6 very easily. Because rook e8 is quite... that's quite an annoying move to face. Ah, rook c4 and rook c3. Uh-huh. Tricky. There's rook d6, but I think if you're getting into this stuff, then you're not you're not happy as white. That's for sure. Yeah, rook c4, rook c3, and white's king is on an unfortunate square. So that I think that's a strong move. That is a strong idea. Rook e1. What you could do though is pure king on h3 and then try that idea of rook e8. Then it would work. Then it would work. Yeah, black went here, black went here. And I think we will see our draw. White probably gonna put their pawns there. But yeah, so this game I think will be a draw. This board over here is a tricky one. White has been better here for a long time. David Navarro with the white pieces also looks better here. And Vidit is better against Aryan. Magnus is better against Hare Krishna. I think Magnus has to win for any chance in this match. But what it looks like right now is that Magnus can win for his team. Aryan is worse but can draw for his team. But it would still be a big result to draw. Christensen is worse but can draw, but it would also be a very difficult draw. This one will be a draw. And then this one looks just not good for black. Not dead, but not great. I think at some point we need bishop f6. But the best result for Eric's team is Magnus wins, Aryan somehow draws, Christensen somehow draws, and Haug somehow draws this. And also, Magnus winning is somehow Magnus wins. Like, that position is not like a basic conversion or anything. It's a lot of somehows. I think we're worse on this board as black. We're better on this board as white. Worse on this board as black. This one is a draw. And we're worse on this board as black. So you're worse on 3 boards, better on 1 board. And you're probably going to need 3 draws on your boards where you're not doing well. And you're going to need a win on the board where you won't, that's your only chance. A strong comment from Cursive 23. A very rare pleb. It's probably because he has a Twitch Prime beside his name. An elevated comment. Very rare. A rare pleb W. Oh, that's a good one. You're not trying to troll? Well then, well now the comment sucks then. It was good as a troll, but if you mean it seriously, then well, now it's not a good comment anymore. You were doing well. We got bishop f6. I think it's the move. I'm not saying black's position is great, but at some point you need to play this damn move so that there's no bishop hanging and you can actually threaten pawn takes pawn here. Hello to Buddy Ziv. Thanks, Slag Dump. 46-month resub from Slag Dump. Cheers, buddy. And welcome back to Big Slag. Welcome to the Chess Bros. I think so, Gilbara, but that's obvious. For anyone. Thank you to Cursive23 for a fresh new pasta and 100 bits. I'm not sure, J-Dog, but maybe I'm not smiling enough to bring the lad out. You know? That could be the reason. King H3. Rook E8, guys, is the idea, right? That's what's helpful about noticing an idea or a plan. You notice it when it doesn't work, so then you understand when it does. I thought about Rook E8, and I was like, wait a minute. That looks really strong. Oh, I missed Rook takes here, and Rook check. But now, after King H3, Rook E8, Rook takes C4, Rook F8 will win. So, it is quite helpful. You think you see an idea, it doesn't quite work, you calculate it, but you keep that idea in your head and you understand the conditions that make it work. So, because they might happen later. Is G5 ever helping? My instinct is no. Like, G5 takes, I don't know. There's bishop takes F7. There's Rook F1 check. It's hard to say. I feel like G5, I mean, even G5, like, the best that could happen maybe is black loses a pawn there somehow and comes out of it with more trades. But shuffling is very depressing as black here. So if white ever takes here, black takes here. I think white now has to play king g3. Because queen c2 is just worse now. So king g3. And I guess black will just do nothing. Queen e2, queen d3. And as long as you stay attacking this pawn, white either pushes and you take, or takes here and you take there. So, what to say? This one looks like a draw. It's looked that way for a while. Navarra is threatening rook e8. It's move 27. Black has 11 minutes. I think this is going to be a really long game. And I will be impressed if Christensen can hold. Queen d3, c5, and c4. Aryan is trying here. He's got not a lot of time. Definitely the worst position, unfortunately. How is queen d7 here? I guess there's nothing here. No checks. Nothing. It's unfortunate. Queen c5. Interesting move. Yeah. Queen c5, maybe king e2. Solid king e2. I mean, there's this move, but I assume it's a little bit too much. Maybe not. Maybe this is just good for white. Because if you check, you always have mate to reckon with. I don't know. Plus, king e2 does look okay. I suppose also there's queen a8 and queen takes a5 that needs consideration, but I like this one better. So how does black keep playing here? I mean, g6, ugh, g6 is always so wrong. And if you can't defend that knight, your queen is stuck defending it the whole game. So these are the two moves that come to mind because they keep defending the knight and they maybe threaten to do other stuff. But even that is a very loose definition. If check, king here, that's mate, so you pretty much have to go back. And there are no other moves here. Queen c8 is the only other move to guard that. And this is taken with check. So I don't see anything here. Not in this position. With the knight hanging with check, no way to protect the knight except with the queen. And the queen not having any squares to do so. Like, you pretty much have to play queen c8 here. But you're just in this, like, perma zugzwang. Knight e3 doesn't do anything. Yeah, you're just dead here. So I don't think we can play this line. And if we can't play that line, that means we can't play this move unless we're playing queen f8. And instead of taking this, probably still winning, but instead of doing that and allowing this, I suspect this move is just winning. So if you can't play queen c5 based on all those lines, then boy, that's an uncomfortable position, boy. Queen d7. If bishop a5. Queen d1, knight d4. I guess this is the best try. But it's so crazy how much coordination white has. Bishop c3. And I mean, just look at this. Knight takes c2. We might see this on the board. Because it looks like knight d4 makes some threats here. Bishop c3. There are still no checks. Queen takes c2, you just trade. And I believe this makes a queen or should be winning endgame. And if knight takes c2, check in here. And there's not a single check in the position. And you're threatened with mate. Somehow this looks really wrong. I guess you have knight d4, but there's no way this should be surviving. However, those are moves. Those are moves. Queen d7 played. Yeah. I think you rule out queen c5. You don't want to play g6. Your knight can't move from this square, I think. And so you play queen d7. So I totally understand why Aryan did it. It's on move 29 though, so Aryan's gonna have to play a bunch of moves before time control. A Aurman. We have Big Chief Omid Malik in the chat as well. Hello to Omizi. After Queen E2, I think White knows that a win would be helpful for the team, but it's not really possible to achieve. Yeah, King back is nice. Now Rook E8 is not really a move. Rook to C1 takes on D4, and I mean, for me, White is either crashing through and like this is game over, or he doesn't really have anything, right? So Rook C4, there's no queen there. Is there some D3? No. Okay, so after this, I think the line that you're curious about is queen takes. And then you really have the pick of the litter, because Rook here, if E6, you have queen E6, queen B3, and then, oof, some close lines. Some very close variations. Like Rook A7 is a move for sure. You'd think that this should do it. Rook here we can take. And if king here, I think we just go here. That should be more than enough. That should be more than enough. Rook H4. Yeah. Rook A4, you mean? Rook A4 is yeah. I believe it's also a very good move. Sean Pinto is generally the guy coming up with some pretty nasty moves. Some strong variations from Sean Pinto. Queen D5, I think it basically leads to forced mate, but Rook A4. Rook A4. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Oof. Now, the thing is, if I'm not mistaken, this is actually a worse move than Queen D5, right? Because Black can technically take and survive. Whereas Queen D5, I think isn't this just force mate? There's nothing you can do about it. So Queen D5, I think, is better. You actually just can't stop this. Probably have to play some nonsense like Queen D1. But then you don't even get a rook for it. You have to just give away your entire queen. So I would play my Queen D5. It's a cool idea though, Sean. Definitely. Also, Rook C4 has been played. I don't know how Buddy Haug is going to survive here. Queen A2 might even just lose on the spot to other things, but Rook A1 seems like a decent go. The one thing about Rook A1 is, what about Rook E8? I guess there's rook c7. Oh. Takes. Queen c2 check. King b8. Oh. Oh, that's pretty nasty. Some tricks for black. Some tricks. Magnus is trying here. h5, h6. Yeah, Magnus is trying, but okay, so this game was a draw. Queen takes a7, draw. This game is pretty crucial. It does not look good for black after queen takes pawn, but have we found a 100% convincing line? Because rook a1, rook e8 was actually, I thought this was kind of tricky. Queen c2 though, right? And then, you know, I just think that there's enough tricks in the position that white can't be 100% confident going into this line. So, which is why instead of rook there, maybe queen e6 check first is the one. Because if rook d7, then rook c7 for sure wins. If king b7, rook c7 wins. So you must go king b8, so there's no check here. And now, what happens? Rook a1. And if queen takes b2, you have rook a4. And this... is this even winning, though? There's queen takes b5. I mean, it really looks winning, but... I don't see it. So... if rook a1 isn't winning there, what's the move that wins? You know? So anyway, black's played queen takes a2. I like the move. You're the lower rated player. You're playing a 2630 who, in my opinion, has converted this game very strangely. I don't know. There's something about the way white's been playing that I haven't felt like it's very clean. He plays d4, and then after h5, he thought for like 30 minutes, played that. And then queen a4, b5, rook c1, rook c4. I mean, it might be that there's just a crushing line here. It certainly would make sense. Black hasn't done anything, really, that deserves to have a good position here. But at the same time, I feel like white's conversion is just a little bit strange. Doesn't feel clean. Doesn't feel clean. Low to big skeg. Well, one thing about queen c2, at least, is you certainly have to calculate d3. So, because it's weird sometimes. d3, I guess you have rook there and queen c6, queen a8, queen b6. Queen c2. I guess you can save this for the next move. Maybe king b8 first. And if rook takes here, maybe rook c8. And this one looks... because if rook a1, I wanted to play d3. I don't know what the hell is happening here. Rook a4, d3 as well. I feel like it's just like so close to winning. I just can't find the exact thing. Queen e6, king b8, rook a1, queen b2, rook a8, and queen d5? What on earth is this? Well, you're getting back rank mated here, right? If rook a4 is the idea, you're getting back rank mated. This is a lot of material there. Close, but back rank mate should decide the game. After queen e3 takes, rook c8 was played. Nasty move. And now what? Magnus is going to do Magnus stuff. He's going to take on e5 and what? Play d6? Honestly, maybe you could take one of these as well, but taking here looks quite significant. Because there seem to be a lot of good options here. First of all, taking here is going to lose the bishop every time. So that's why I'm thinking maybe we have time for one of these moves. But if I take here and you take here and I go d6, takes, potentially just king takes, this endgame might be winning. Like, I really feel that it's winning. Queen e7 is a threat. There's no king f8. So even this looks... Do you remember what I was talking about earlier in the game? I said Magnus might get this pass pawn. And I said even if you take off the h and g pawns, I think white's still winning. I actually said exactly that. Strangely enough, we got a position where white lost the h and g pawns and might be winning. And we'll wait and see what he chooses. Yeah, he might just have other nice options like takes. Like queen h6 also threatens bishop e4. So yeah, there's other good options here, which is why he might not be so interested in queen takes e5. By the way, he played queen c2 here. And okay, the thing about queen c2, what did we say in this position? We said that if d3, then white wins immediately like this, right? That's clear and easy. However, what I was proposing was not rook d7, because if you go rook d7, then what? Maybe rook d7 also works. I was proposing this. I thought this made more sense. Because now if rook takes c7, rook c8. Although you can play rook c1 here. Yeah, rook c1 is annoying, ain't it? Rook c1, rook c1. So maybe we do need rook d7? Yeah, there's just king c8 there, though, Sean. King c8, king d7. I can run away. Close, though. And if rook a4... Right? You can't take this because of this. And there's no rook a1 because your rook is hanging. And so if you do rook a1 now, whoa, what is this? Pieces are like, it's like buggy. If rook a1, yeah, this one is a bit different. This one's a bit different. This is why I wanted king b8 and not rook here. Because now I think we will get into trouble. Because the rook covers the queen. Yeah. This is a problem, I think. That line. That line is a problem. King b8 I wanted, and after rook c7, do I have better move than rook c8? d3, queen c6. Rook c8, rook c1. Maybe you can play it, queen e6, but looks wrong. Yeah. Yeah. I think so, Loafs. Loafs, all your lines, give up all your pieces. Rook a4. What is it? Rook a4. But wait, we're happy with this, aren't we? Rook a4. d3? This? Yeah, I need to bring up all my games again because I refreshed. One sec. Yeah, this doesn't look good for Buddy Aryan. So Aryan just lost. It looked like a rough position. I didn't know how he was going to survive this. I didn't have any recommendations. This forces a queen exchange, which is why it's so nasty. And then the pawn just wins. So Aryan lost. Eric drew. Frode drew. And then there's only 3 games left. Magnus took. And by the way, that's odd. I guess there were no moves here for black, but he just took. I guess there were no moves. Well, Magnus is going to win a piece and obviously win the game. So Magnus is going to equal up the score. And then there are 2 remaining games where, honestly, we look to be worse on both boards. In my opinion, like, of course, this one can make a draw, but still great chance for Navarra to win. This match seems to be so important. This is like the decider. They're on move 24, so the only chance here is like, hey, you're lower rated as black, but it could get into a slugfest. However, queen c2, it really looks like black's on the verge of lost. Yeah, so Magnus looks totally winning. He does. So these are the 2 games I think that matter. And this one I think is very clearly the one to pay attention to. Like, hello Jeff.
Oh.
Your buddy Aryan took some hits, eh?
Really? You lost?
Yeah. A pretty nasty game.
And Eric made a draw?
Yeah. Whole game looked like theory, honestly.
This is FIDE rated, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Decent FIDE.
We're on the up and up, exactly. Exactly. Wow, c5, high T, no? c5, c5, c5. So so if rook a1, okay, he already took. But I was just gonna say, if rook a1, you know, then your d3s start to get really, really tricky to handle. So he took it, but you know, now the c file is a bit dead. Yeah, this is gonna be GG though. There's C7 coming. Like, look at this. Queen F5 as well. Oof. All right, so D3. What else am I gonna do? I think we just take it. What else here? He must be wanting to take it. Queen takes B2. I think he wants to play this. Rook E8 is maybe a chance, but Queen F5. Yeah. Like Rook E8 takes, Queen F5, and Queen. And if you go here, then probably just Queen D5. It's a weird position. I mean, there's even moves like Queen H7 here. Rook E8, Bishop D8 takes. Wow. That's a pretty sexy move, huh? Yeah. That's a pretty sexy move. It's just simple. That's just checkmate in 2. And the queen doesn't really have any way to go to the A file. It's a nice move. Rook b4 is prettier? Yeah, but rook b4, queen a2. I'm not sure it's prettier. This looks pretty nasty, eh? No squares to go to. I don't even know what you do here. Gotta go here. But yeah, you're just getting mated. Like, rook e8, you don't even care about the queen. The rook covers that square, and you get mated. Yeah, if the queen goes anywhere else, this is going to be checkmate in 2. So I think that's just GG. Which means that somehow black has to win this game. And I think what's most likely going to happen is that Navarra is going to offer a draw. Like, if Navarra sees the other boards and it's like, oh, the match is now tied and this game decides the winner, then he's going to push for a win here. But I think because he looks around and sees they're going to win the match, he'll probably offer a draw. So this game, I think, will end in a draw now. This game is over, as far as I can see. You know, the worst part is you can't even sack for the rook because you still get mated. So you can't even play queen takes rook. So this game will be a win for white. This game will be a draw. And Magnus should be the only guy who wins for his team. And we'll probably get to see some technique here from the guy. But yeah, this should be a win. I think I looked at that line, Loafs, right? Rook e8, just queen a6, queen a8, queen b7 mate. Sadly. He can play b5. Well, if you're suggesting b5, I know you're Engine Andy. Your queen is hanging, boys. I don't think we need to discuss b5. I think this is the only game worth watching. Yeah, he just resigned. Or actually, he got mated. Interesting to play till mate. And now, because they've won 2 matches overall, I think we'll see a draw offer in this game by Navarra. Like Rook E2 or King H3. Probably offer a draw. Then they'll make a draw. And then this game will be the last game to finish. And we get to watch Magnus win. In all likelihood, I just assume this is a win because we have a nice extra pawn over here. And it's a B pawn. It's not even an A pawn, even though that wouldn't really matter. But should definitely be a win here with proper play. And he can win a game even though his team will unfortunately lose the match. But if you're going to lose a match, they have technically lost the match in the best way possible. You know, 3.5 to 2.5, it looks like, will be the score. And that's the best way to lose a match. If you are going to lose, at least you got the maximum points. Eric drew with a very it was a very theoretical game. I think the entire game was theory. Unfortunately, his opponent is just one of the best theoreticians, very well prepared, knows his stuff, and just, I don't know, like the game was just seemed over before it started. White played Rook E6. So F5. Trying to think what the easiest way to do this is. If you go F3, if you push, I go there. If you push, I go there. I don't think you can do either of those things. So King G5. Or rather, here. And what happens here? I feel like you're quite close to getting this to work. Is this winning? This might be winning. Wow. I think it's just winning. Yeah, not b3, but bishop d5 and just takes. I guess should be winning. Impressive. And okay, I'm not saying f3 is the move, but it seems like the most forcing, which is why I calculated it. What's up, Gary? Which side did you have? You had this endgame? Was it even the same pawns or just the concept? 3 against 1, and then the extra pawn somewhere else, and then a bishop on the board? Which color did you, or which side were you on? It's an interesting endgame. Like, my brain is just telling me, okay, white's definitely winning, but the execution is still something I'd have to think about. That's funny. Yeah, that is pretty, really, really close. Hmm. So let's say f3. I'm not even sure f3 will be played, but let's say it is. And if black does nothing, bishop feels like it needs to be on a different square. Maybe here. At this point, I would already be calculating king d3, king c4. But let's say this for now, because I'd rather do it when the king is there. Here, king d4 has got to be fine. But this should be winning. Yeah, this is too much. This is too much. But I think it matters, like, you want the king back rather than on g5 when you finally do this. And I guess you want the bishop here to tie the king down just for a sec. I'm not sure, though. I like the bishop attacking this pawn so that when the king tries to advance, you can't leave the f-pawn hanging. Thanks, Java Bandit. The gifted sub, Bloom, 3 months with Prime. Ya928, gifting a sub to Gari. Cheers, Jason. Tristan Leonard, 15 months, and Kinda Young Dave, 22 months at tier 3. Yeah, it's not your turn, though, Sean. It's not your turn. That's the problem. Yeah, this endgame is definitely... It can definitely give you some headaches. King h4. Magnus doesn't need to give the pawn, basically. So what's the deal here after e4? Because I assume it will be tried. e4? You can't take it, that's for sure. So bishop somewhere, I don't know, c6. Eventually this king will have to move, and then do you just go king g5? Is it that simple? Because none of these moves look like they work. That's an easy win. And well, if you go back and white plays king f4, then you can basically resign. Why not go bishop b7? I don't know. It's just my instinct. There's a general principle that you want your bishop as flexible as possible in an endgame. Like, when a bishop is here, I can access a lot of different diagonals. And I can still go here and here. As soon as the bishop gets here, all of a sudden, like, this whole part of the board is just not accessible to me. And my scope is just very limited. So the only reason I would do this is if I know 1000% that I'm going to play bishop c8. And then I just want my bishop further away from the king. But I'm not actually sure what's going on in this endgame. I'm not sure where I'm going to need my bishop. So I'd much rather have it closer to the action. But there's a lot of endgames where you make a really poor decision and you just put your bishop too far to one side of the board. And then all of a sudden, it needs to get to like you know, some square over here, and you have to take 1, 2, 3 moves to get there. Whereas if your bishop was closer to the action in the first place, then it wouldn't be the case. And Magnus has played bishop c6. Thank you, Magnus, for not playing bishop b7, because that would be embarrassing. One good example is if the black king ever ran over here to get that pawn, you know, potentially a king on c4. Maybe I could play bishop a4 with a king on e2. Because I'm really thinking about some positions like this. Right? And this was a position that we had with the bishop on c6, and I claimed that it was totally winning. And the reason I claimed it was totally winning was because bishop a4. And I could stop the king from moving in, and it's just completely blocked. But this is a good example of, you know, exactly why the bishop on b7 is horribly misplaced. Because now black will play king b3 and basically draw the game. And with the bishop on c6, I can play bishop a4. And, okay, at b3, then I just go somewhere else, and the king is stuck. So, there we go. That's a good example. But yeah, bishop definitely wants to be on c6. Thank you for the bits. Wild Hacks 11. I think you have it right, Sean Pinto. That's the position. But you just called it. The position is white, king c4, pawn b2, black, king c6, and pawn b4, not pawn b3. Pawn's on b4 and it's white to play. Or the king was on d6. But that was an old line. White was definitely winning that endgame. Okay, so king g5. And the other move that needs calculation is king d4. Okay, he went king g3. I imagine it might be the exact same after f4. And if... Yeah, I think this is more or less the same as king g5. Maybe just safer, so that you don't feel like some of these pawns can just escape you. One thing that black can certainly do is attack your bishop. But then I think we basically just pick some safe square, goes back, and then pick another safe square. And eventually you'll get here. But I don't think there's a big difference between king g5 and king g3. King g5 is obvious why I like it more than king g3, because it immediately attacks the pawn. Right? Like if black plays king d4, I like that I'm already attacking this pawn. Yeah, these guys will get more time in one move, or yeah, 2 moves for black. Move 40 is coming up, but I don't think black is going to be thinking too hard in this game. He'll think a little bit, like it won't be immediate, but yeah. So this is why, I mean, it's a win for sure, but this is why I was saying that I wanted my king on g5 so that maybe I could just take f5 right now. Okay. King f4, and then if king d3... Yeah, I think we'll play king d3 and king takes f5 here. This will never work. And then e3. This, I mean, takes b3. This is very tricky, right? This is like the last thing that could go wrong. I think just b3 here, and then just win like this. You know, just like a small detail. Have to play b3. Small detail. Yeah, king f4, king d3. He's played it. It's move 40, but I don't think they'll be taking too much time. There's no other moves to try that I can see. I mean, b3 first, king e2, like, might still do the job, but like, why do it? Maybe b3, king e2 takes is actually, is it smarter? It's more to calculate maybe, but it could be simpler in a funny way. It's just easier to calculate. So maybe that. This is silly. e3 can be played. And then just king f4. Bishop f3 and then push. So honestly, after king d3, the good move might be pawn to b3. There's so many ways. Like king f5 is winning, I think. b3 is winning. But b3 somehow looks very solid. You also have to watch out for other random moves like this. This is always possible. Yeah, I mean, they all lose, but... So, if Magnus really thinks here, he might play b3. But I believe king takes pawn is also maybe playable. But b3 looks really nice. Yeah. King takes pawn. b3 is just unnecessary to me. It's like some weird like engine thing where doing it first is slightly better. But the human calculation is just take the pawn. You know that black can't go this way because you'll just clean up the pawns and then sack your bishop. So you kind of know that black, and by the way, he will get more time. So he doesn't have to move immediately. And the last human thing that you need to realize is just to play b3 now. Once you cover this square, then it's game over. You're going to take, you're going to bring the bishop to guard the pawn, and then you bring your king over. Thanks, Triple Pawn, for the 28 months. Jewel Tregutton. Thanks, Jewel Tregutton. Thanks for the prime. So Magnus will get a win. This was a draw, by the way, and I think that Navarro would have tried a little bit better here if he knew he needed to win. But he knew he didn't need to win. He draws because, look, it was good defense by Christensen, but I'm just saying if this was a must-win game and he could win the match, Navarra would probably have played a bit maybe differently, a bit faster. But anyway, it was still a good defense by Christensen. And Magnus will very likely win. E3 takes, king takes B3, and he'll bring the king to H3 and win. And then that'll be the end of the match. All for Spill will lose, Magnus will win, Arjan lost, and Eric drew. This is a pretty nice game, though, from Magnus. I think Maynard Monkey will be peaking. Magnus winning with the English. It's just amazing how he outplays people. This also doesn't help. And that'll be a resignation. Some impressive stuff. Impressive stuff from Big Mag. Gorgeous game. Gorgeous game. Did All for Spill win? No. No. These are the results up here. So, board 1, Magnus won. Board 2, Arjan lost. So 1-1. Board 3, Eric drew. Board 4, Christensen drew. Board 5, Urkadal drew. And then board 6, where you might expect the problems would happen. They have a 26-30. All for Spill has a 24-78. GM versus IM, and the GM gets the white pieces. Unfortunately, this game was the most one-sided. And that was the difference in the match. So 3.5 to 2.5. About as close, well, not about as close as you can get while still losing. So yeah, they were playing the number 2 team overall. They're going to collect some good match points out of that. Sorry, game points, even though their match points are going to suffer. But they'll be tied with all these teams here. Like, any one of these teams who wins is going to have 3 match point wins. So they'll still be in good standing. It's a 7-round tournament, so there's still 3 more rounds after this. They can make a good comeback here. It's not a knockout or anything. So there we go. That's the day of action. Or the end of the tournament. Yeah, no. It's not a knockout. They'll play all 7 rounds just like everyone else. You think Arjan's gonna get trolled by the boys, Goblin? You think Arjan's gonna get stuffed in a locker? They're gonna be everyone's gonna be having a beer, and they're gonna be throwing food at Arjan. I think they went up against the number 2 team. Tough to expect too much out of the boys. They did pretty well. Magnus grinded out a win. Arjan Black against Vidit on board 2, always going to be tough. And then we had some draws with slightly more even matchups in the middle. We were underdogs on every board except Magnus, but still some close ones. But then you just have this 150 point rating gap, and the GM with the white pieces. That's always going to be a tough board for the team, no matter what. Yes, I believe so, Wild Hacks. Eric was white again today. Magnus played, so Eric was white. What was the last game? He played an IM with white. And I guess you can... Do all the rounds show up here? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so he was white in round 2. White in round 3. Trying to remember, did Magnus not play? Yeah. So in round 2, he was white because the team color was white. And then, which means that board 1 gets white. Board... I think that was the case here. Board 1 gets white, 2 gets black, 3 gets white. So I think in this one, Magnus and Aryan both played. And so Magnus was white, Eric was board 3, he was white. So it just alternates. So Offer Spill was white, which means board 1 and 3 and 5 get white. And then in round 3, Offer Spill was black, but Magnus didn't play. And that meant that Eric was now board 2. So Offer Spill was black, board 1 gets black, board 2 gets white. So Eric was board 2, he got white again. And then they were back to Offer Spill being white, and Magnus played again. So now Magnus gets white on board 1, Aryan gets black on board 2, Eric gets white on board 3. So just the way they rested players and played players, Eric did get white in every game. And absolutely, if there are certain players on your team that perform very well with white or black, you absolutely manipulate the subbing in and out of other players on your team to give certain players the color that they perform better with. Christensen, black all 4 games, exactly. So you got to take that into account, right? When you think of the result, you have to think that Christensen, he won the first game, he won the second game, he won the third game, and he drew the 4th game, and he's got black in every single game. So when you're looking at the results of the players and all that, like, you definitely take the colors into account. Christensen's obviously having a good tournament. Like, black every game, it's impressive. But you need, in order to give someone the white pieces every game, somebody will have to have the black pieces every game, and you need someone who can be very solid or good at playing from behind or counterplay, like good at beating lower rated players. Everyone's going to have their skill set. But that's why it's a team event. There are certain players that are just going to have a certain set of skills, a particular set of skills. And yes, if board 3 has white every time, then you can make the same conclusion about Aryan, right? Tari. He had the white pieces, then he had the black pieces, and black pieces. Yeah, Eric didn't play round 1, so that's why he had white. LOL tutorial, thanks for the half year runtime, 6 months, Twitch Prime. JD8069, welcome back, JD8, for 2 years with us. So unfortunately, the team's gonna lose this round, but 3.5 half sucks. They played a really tough team. Still, I thought some really interesting stuff. Magnus had a really cool game and some groundbreaking theory in the opening. 92 never been played before, and B5. A move that I had looked at after Bishop G2, and I think Hari Krishna the same. Bishop G2, B5. But after 92, he didn't quite have the full concept of why it was good here. Not sure, Wild Hacks. I think some of the matches are still in play, but this is the... I mean, there's only so many teams that had a perfect score here. The pairings. I think these top 3 are the only ones, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so it's only the top 3 boards. So now Novi Boars has a perfect score. And it appears... Well, there are a bunch of matches still going. Yeah, it's hard to say. The matches are still in progress. LOL tutorial, just go to chess results. Chess results. It's a good website to know about. Chess-results.com. It'll be right on the front page. But yeah, chess results is like pretty much what I use to always check tournaments. Chess results, homepage. Right? It's a very easy website to navigate. It usually lists the running tournaments right at the front, so it's really easy to just click European Club Cup. Because if you're trying to find the European Club Cup and it's not listed here, then you'd have to go into Federation. You'd actually have to go and find Austria, because it's taking place in Austria, and then you would find the tournament listed there. But chess results is great. Just very easy to follow. Makes things nice and simple. So, unfortunate, but the games are all done, at least the games I'm covering. I know there's some official coverage for the tournament. There is some official coverage. If you want to keep watching, you want to check the other games. I'm not going to be covering all the games. I just watch the games that Offerspill plays, and mainly checking in for the team result and trying to see Eric's games, Arian's games. They both streamed on the channel, and of course Magnus, who's on the same squad. Could any club play in this tournament? I'm not sure what the rules are, but I would hazard the guess that yes, yeah. If you're in the EU, if your club's based in the EU, then yeah, I'm sure there's an entry fee associated with it. But I don't know. I guess so. I don't know. I should also play an Offerspill? I don't think so. I'm no good. Not up to date with anything. Very out of touch. If I like went and worked on chess again, for sure, like I could get back into it, but just not a focus for me right now. Will I follow the US champs? Like, I'll follow it myself, but I won't be doing coverage or commentary on it. I might check in here and there if I happen to be streaming while the games are on, and, you know, like, follow the results or check some of the games briefly, but it won't be my goal to, like, definitely be streaming every time the US champs are on and cover all the games or anything like that. How much rating did Magnus gain? Good question. Good question. Well, he's up 0.9 overall, but that's over his 3 games. So he won yesterday. So the draw that Magnus had against 2550, he lost more rating for that draw than he gained by beating a 2700. Hare Krishna. Isn't that crazy? Magnus drew a 2550 GM, and Magnus had the black pieces. And then he beats a 2700, and he's negative. That is crazy. That's what being 2850, that's what life is like at 2850 FIDE. But obviously he did win another game in this tournament a round ago, so he is technically positive in the event. But my point is that for drawing a 2550 and beating a 2700, that overall, those 2 results are net negative. Why is Levon playing the US champs? Maybe you can use that little brain of yours and figure it out. Why is Levon Aronian playing the US champs? Well, you have to be US to play in the US champs. So maybe Levon Ronian plays for the US now. It's a tricky one. What's your rating, Wild Hacks? What do you like? I'm trying to get a picture here. How much lower rated is a 1200 than you? But yeah, the concept is the exact same. Ah, okay. Well, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense though. 500 points below you and 100 points above you. That's a bit more obvious. Yeah, Seabra float. But we've had some time off from Seabra float due to the last 2 weeks. Yes, Levon is Murica now. I've been keeping my mouth shut, but I want to ask the real questions. Why is the Alberta champion of the world not playing in the US championship? I've been silent for too long. The Alberta champion of the world. The elephant in the room, indeed. All right. Tomorrow there'll be more games, obviously. So round 5. And there's only 7 rounds in this tournament, so you guys can see that we will be going until the end of the week. There's 3 rounds left. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So 3 more days of pretty much 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. Stream will be on, covering the games. Magnus, Aryan, Eric, generally, they're not necessarily all going to play every single game, but for the most part they will. They're the 3 strongest players on the team. All right, so definitely tune in the mornings. 8:15, 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. I'm probably, what's my plan for the week? So I'm done chess.com commentary. I won't be doing any more of that, I think, until the live finals in November. So that's done for the moment. Sub battle with Anna is probably not going to be this weekend, but rather the weekend after. So not this weekend, but the weekend of 15th, 16th, I believe is the plan. Eric also has another tournament coming up, which we'll probably talk about next week, but it's another Magnus event, those online events that you guys have seen, like Crypto Cup, like Meltwater, Air things like that. So we got another one of those events coming up a couple weeks from now, or yeah, about a week from now. So Eric will be back competing at a high level again. And Saturday night, I'm probably going to do a stream. These morning ones have been, they've been like 5, 6, 7 hours. But just because they're the morning streams, there haven't been as many evening streams this week and in general. So definitely do one on Saturday. That's for sure. But a busier week with some earlier streams and doing some stuff behind the scenes. But we're gonna get some evening streams this week in Friday, Saturday. We have some time, but for now, I'm gonna say goodbye. Midday here. All right, take care, everybody. Thanks for watching the commentary. We start so early that I usually need to take a break in the middle of the day. I can't just keep going like my usual streams. I'm just a little bit tired. not fully awake. Like, I'm fine, but not fully full of energy. All right, so take care, everybody. I will see you guys tomorrow for round 5 of the European Club Cup. And where can we raid? I feel like there's a bunch of people streaming right now. The US Championship isn't exactly on yet. So let's raid Chess Weeb. Dennis Boros. US Championship starts soon. I don't think I'll be covering that. Callahan, thanks Callahan for the year with us. Callahan 120. A Grumpy Englishman, thanks for the Prime as well. Appreciate you using the Prime with us. Guys, we're gonna raid Dennis Boros, Grandmaster. He's on the Chess Weeb channel. We don't like the weebs around here, so they're all over there. Weebs out. You guys are safe in the Chess Weeb channel. Bye for now. Definitely see you guys tomorrow morning for commentary. And if I have the energy in the evenings, I will try to stream as much as possible. Okay? Bye for now. See you tomorrow morning, 8:15 a.m. Eastern Time. Eric, Magnus, Aryan will be playing again.